Hello and what is up, everybody? It is Fat Jolly Guy, and we are back for D&D Sunday, Edge of the Map Original Homebrew Campaign, episode 8.5. And that means it's going to be a side quest Sunday. We are joined today only by two of our party members right now, with a third on his way later. But right now I've got Slow-Mo21.
Hey, how you doing?
And I got Tim, Static Sevenfold.
Heyo.
When you guys last left off, what I was it episode? I can't even remember. Was it episode 9? Are we actually? Is my numbering wrong? Now I got to go to the YouTube and look real quick. Because I think because I just put this is 8.5, but I in my notes that was episode 9. My channel. That's season 1's playlist. Season 2. Pause that. Yeah, that was 8. So that was episode 8. So I noted it wrong. Okay, so this is 8.5. So we're the right. We're the right. All right. So in episode 8, you guys did a lot. You fought off a Warforged Titan. You met Bishop. Well, you met Bishop before that in episode 7. You got an airship. You ventured to a jungle island. Valmoria accepted a contract to bind herself with the Primal Warrior. You went back to the Duskholm Island. You met up with Captain Yuri, who had a I even got to go to my notes. There was so much that happened. You defeated the Warforged Titan. Valmoria bonded herself with the Primal Warrior. The group was gifted an airship in a bottle by the Spy Master. The party set sail for the icy north. Vesper ridded himself of the affliction Benny and bound himself to a true entity of the void. The party found themselves in Zatan City in the icy north. And Damien and Vesper were reunited with a lost family member of Ilara Oakenshade. And when we left off, it was very apparent to Isolde and Aldrich that Damien was the true king of Eranthian, a fallen nation taken by Duskholm, and that the refugees that had journeyed to the far north and established Zoltan City, that this was their long lost king. And that is where we'll pick up today. Amidst the confusion and the celebration and the just the uncertainty of the feelings everywhere. Vesper and Damien both excited that family members thought lost revealed themselves to be back once again. Aldrich and Isolde, who had been the impromptu leaders of Zotan City, now find themselves answering to a king who is also an outsider. So that is something to draw upon questions there. And speaking of which, the party in their entirety have questions about this city. Where it came from, how it was built up, the people that are now here, all of this. So that is where we'll pick it up today.
But what now?
That is a good question.
How do we proceed?
I believe some investigation in this city is would be vital. Information always leads to victory.
I agree with you. But not sure if they'll let us leave.
I was just getting ready to ask that, Vesper. I mean, can we even leave this area?
Well, I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to now that we've proven who we
You.
are, but
You seem to be a general of this city. Are we being held as captives? Aldrich looks at the machine. He has never seen a Warforged frame before and is confused and also kind of taken aback by it being so forward. He kind of turns to you, Whisker, as you approach the table. And from your aesthetic, he kind of draws on that you're a builder. Is this your machine?
Companion?
Well, I don't care what you call it. Did you control it?
No. He controls himself. He's got free will just like me and you.
he's
Is
his
he-
partner.
Is he dangerous?
I mean, that's are you dangerous?
I mean, given the right circumstances, of course.
Well, then, I mean, given the right circumstances, he probably can be.
Fair
Right
enough.
you are there, Whiskey. Right you are.
If he's dangerous, everybody can be dangerous during the right circumstances.
Well,
I just chuckle in the background.
if the king sees fit to travel with companions such as you, I see no reason to question his motives.
The king can see fit to do what he wants.
Well,
He's a king after all, right?
I'm trying to give you some leeway here. You are not
Listen,
the...
I'm gonna be forward with you, okay? He asked if we could leave. I'm not really gonna tell you that we're leaving the city, but do you have a bar? Can I go outside this room?
You...
A
Here.
tavern?
Mr. Your name,
Whisker.
please. Whisker.
Whisker Wrench.
Whisker
You can
Wrench.
call me Whisker.
And you'll see as the general begins to write on a sheet of parchment, and he's dipping the ink, and he's writing. You please understand that you don't fit the demographics of the people of this city. You are
I didn't
here
fit the demographics anywhere, so
if you get
We take
questioned,
not offense. We don't fit in many places these days.
if you get questioned for your apparent being here in the city, I want you to hand them this paper. It will give you free pass in the city. It's from my desk to you. However, that won't stop them from questioning who you are and why you're here. Only
I'll
that
tell
you
him
are
he's my pet.
only that you are free to be here. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense.
All right.
But I'm here to tell you, they want to question me over a piece of paper once it's shown to them.
No.
They
They won't question you once the paper has been shown. Just please understand that the city is mostly of humans and elves. And a cat with a robot person is people are gonna ask questions. A lot of questions. Especially the city guard.
I understand people are going to ask questions. He's not just a robot person. He is a warforged. Yes, I helped bring him to life, but he is a warforged, and he has a name. It is Bishop.
So You did create him. So, but he
I
doesn't
mean-
answer to you.
No. Your mother created you. Do you always answer to her?
Now, Whiskey, we don't need to bring anyone's mothers into this. Sir Aldrich, we promise to keep a low profile. I promise not to mention my name until such exonerations are happened with Damien. We just seem to want to go get a drink and relax. We've been through a hell of a trip. We just found out about all this. I'll make sure to tell them that my name is Poe instead of Vespa until we figure it all out.
Oh, well, here. You'll need one of these as well, then, and I will write Poe as well. So, here. And he'll hand you a documentation paperwork as well.
My alter ego, Poe.
I would appreciate the low profile. You are free to come and go in the Citadel as you please, obviously. And to answer your question, there is a tavern here in town. It's run by a fascinating man, Jolly Jim. I think you'll enjoy his company. Just be careful around his wife. She's an exotic type, and mind your billfolds around her. She tends to run off with money.
Listen, I don't know what a billfold is, but if I find one, I'll mind it.
All right, well, if you need an escort, I can have one arranged, or you're
If you don't
free.
mind, I would like to just freely walk and be among the people and take it all in.
I was just about to say, you are free to wander if that's your choice as well. I believe the king is in his compatriot, the halfling. What's her name again? I'm sorry.
Moon.
I believe that they were talking about staying for a while. And your tiefling friend over there seems to have made himself quite comfortable in that chair. I think he's asleep, actually.
Well, I couldn't tell you about the tiefling, but the other two want to stay here. That's their business.
Well, you're free to find them here later.
I appreciate your help, Aldrich.
Well, if you need anything else from me or Lady Nightshade, we'll be here at the Citadel.
Come on, Bishop. Let's go get a drink.
I need not to consume liquid or beverages.
Well, maybe we'll get you an oil change. After you, Bishop. I would like a perception.
You. Oh,
On a 19, welcome to the... I believe I called this the Frostfire Tavern. The owner is Jolly Jim, who you see standing behind the very worn countertop, which looks pretty plain. The furniture in here in general seems pretty low-key. Wooden chairs and stools, mainly wooden mugs and bottles can be seen. There is a piano and a rocking chair, and the large main feature is a giant hearth, which is a fire with a magic flame. You don't see any wood or coal or other types of burnable materials, but the fire is a roar. It is a rather small room, you know, kind of cozy. You do see that behind the bar there is another doorway leading into kind of a kitchen area, but it's not very big. It's pretty much just like a one alleyway galley.
Hello, friend.
Hey, yeah, new faces, I see. Greetings.
Yeah. How you doing?
Yeah.
What do you got? What do you got? What do you got to drink?
I
My friends are parched.
got everything you could imagine. You, Elfkin, I see. A little dark and brooding, but elf nonetheless, yes. I have some, here. And you see Jelly Jim as he turns around and he starts digging on the shelf, and he pulls out this fancy purple bottle, and he sets it gingerly on the table in front of you, Vesper, and he kind of, with like one pudgy finger, he pushes it forward to you, and he says, I think this is what you're after.
Just want to see if I can recognize the bottle.
Give me a history check.
I could do that.
With a 22 on history, Vesper, you recognize this purple bottle from your young adulthood in Edoria. And you recognize it as a bottle of Dorian hooch that you stole. Now, obviously, this isn't the same bottle, but it's the same brand of a Dorian hooch that you would swipe very often from a local store.
And how much does something like this go for?
You know what? I have a feeling about things like this, and I think we're gonna be good friends. So, you enjoy that one.
As soon as I hear him say that, I crack the top and I relive the childhood and everything that from when I used to take these bottles and just start drinking it, gulping it down. Yeah, man. Oh, that's the stuff.
You're a bit of a different cat. Oh, sorry, don't sorry, mind the phrasing. And he's digging through the shelves and here. And he sets a very dark square bottle on the table in front of you. And with both hands, he kind of pushes it forward in front of you. And from behind the bar, he picks up a glass bottle or a glass mug, and he sets it down, and you can see that it's frosted. And he pushes the mug forward, and he says, I think you'll need that too. Yeah, there.
Would I know what this is?
Give me a history check.
Oh, jeez.
With a 14 on the bottle, you recognize the square features of the bottle and the black liquid that sits inside of it. You can't remember exactly what it is, but you remember that on Ziggy's farm, Grogor used to have this bottle in particular sitting in the kitchen, and as a young cat, you used to swipe sips of it, and you remember that it was always tasted better when it was cold, except you could never get it cold enough, and it's just a little taste of home.
Okay, all right.
How did you come by these magnificent beverages?
I have a knack for collecting odd and fantastic beverages, and I just hold on to them until the right person needs them.
You have quite the eye.
Oh, he said he's got a knack for collecting odd and interesting beverages. We've got a knack for collecting odd and interesting people.
And creating odd beverages. Ain't that right, Whiskey?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I can't help but notice your friend by the fire. I don't think he's ever had a drink in his life, has he?
He doesn't need drink or food.
Well, that explains why I don't know what to get him. Well,
You know, now that we think about it, I don't
Some oil.
I don't even know if he can he drink? I'm not, hey, Bishop!
Yes, saw that.
Come here, kid.
Whiskey, we're supposed to be keeping a low profile. Keep it down.
Easy, Poe. Easy. I know you don't need food and drink, but does that mean you can't eat or drink?
I can consume and devour if needed for disguise, but I'll have to dispose of it rather quickly.
Got a short chamber, huh? That's unfortunate.
Yes. This frame does not allow me to hold certain... I don't have the stomach for consumption.
Good use of words there.
All right.
Jolly Jim,
yes.
how long have you run this place? You know, in general, I guess. I suppose.
Well, you see, I was a kid when my parents came over here, and they started farming the fields. I was probably 8 or 9, and I hated the farm life, and I started running errands in town. And then 20, so I've probably been here, well, probably 10 years now.
Mm. When did this town originate? Were you here the entire time? Did you get here after it was already established?
We were here before the Elfkins showed up and really made it what it is now. It was about the same time I started the taverns.
What do you think of the Elfkin?
Their magics have definitely made this town something else. I don't think we would be where we are without them.
Mostly-
Yeah. And you kind of see Jolly Jim's eyes for a second, where there's always like a happiness and a gleam. He kind of gets that like 1,000-yard stare for a moment, and then kind of shakes his head a little bit. What were you talking about?
Elfkin.
That's right. Yeah, I was running errands in town, and I was really starting to get a hankering for foods and drinks. And then the Elfkins started showing up and talking about dusk people, monsters that had ruined their countries, and and then they were coming from somewhere, Althazir or something like that. I can't ever pronounce. Forgive me. I'm probably butchering your language, and I don't mean offense by it, but I just
fine.
don't have a knack
I've
for
only heard the
remembering.
stories of that place anyway. It's all right.
Anyway, they came in and they really wanted to be part of what we had here. They had heard that it was a safe haven, and we just really didn't have much anything. And that first winter was so hard because we hadn't planned on taking in literally thousands of refugees, you know? And man, their magics, they were able to create the dome, and you know, we were able to grow trees and crops all year round, and that really helped. And then you know, there was a few of them that were real military minded, and that really helped because we were able to build boats and ships, and they were able to go back, and we started bringing people and you know, tradesmen and things like that, and we started trading resources, and we built the walls. And then there was an incident, and yeah, that's when the snowstorm happened. And then we haven't done much trading since then. So.
An incident?
And the Citadel doesn't talk much about it, but there was.
That's a good thing we're not at Citadel then, aren't we?
And I don't really know much about it. That's the problem. All I remember is that one of our trade vessels didn't come back, and people were real mad about it. And the isolationists were, you know, they were up in arms saying that this was always bound to happen, and that people were going to find out about us, and they wanted to shut us all off from the world, and a lot of people were agreeing with them. And then the military ward was like, if we shut this all off, then we're going to lose all of our income and our money and our trades, and the city's going to die. And so those two have always been butting heads, but ultimately they've been the best leaders we've had. So they kind of run things together, but things have been a little different since the incident. And that's, you know what? That kind of brings up a good question. You're the first new faces we've had in town in a long time. How did you get in here?
Oh, we've been here. It's just we've never been to the tavern. We've been running around for somebody and stuff.
Give me a persuasion on that, or deception even.
Let's see.
And I'm going to give you Jolly Jim's insight.
What do we got? +2. They're both +2. We'll go with deception. Got to be to 16.
Oh.
How about 18?
Well, I mean, I suppose. I mean, but the cat, the robot, I would have heard them running around town. We just don't have cat folk, especially not machine folk running around here. They'd have definitely heard about them. So where did you two come in from?
No, we just, we blew in on the wind.
No, blew in on the wind, huh?
Aye.
You ever hear of... I was going to say the tragedy. It is canon.
It is canon.
Have you ever heard of Aegis Landing?
Atheist. Atheist. It doesn't ring any bells.
Well, you're just giving me...
Yeah.
You're reminding me of an old barkeep that we used to talk to. His name was Gideon. He was a good fellow. He had a tavern much like this, slightly bigger. and he used to hang trophies on the walls, you know, of kill, you know.
Oh, yes. You know, the gods, they've wanted to hang trophies before. And my wife, she just doesn't like them. So I tell them they can't do it. You know, she brings in a crowd when she comes in here, so I tried to keep the place nice for her, you know.
I understand. This drink is amazing.
Well, I'm glad you like it. I'm gonna go check on the other tables. If you need anything, you just holler, all right?
Thank you, Jolly. Smooth whiskey, real smooth.
Smooth what? Yeah, this drink is smooth, Poe.
You want to try mine? It's delicious. I used to have it when I was a kid back home.
We used to have this, like, there was one bottle with Grilgor in the house back on Ziggy's farm.
That piano reminds me of the Galewind and Gideon's Bar.
Yeah, I can see that. I didn't get to know Gideon very well.
Goddamn stink bug. I'm handling my liquor pretty well.
I mean, if that's how we gonna be.
Might as well, right? Could
Right?
get fun.
Whew.
Alright, I just gotta grab a napkin. I got a stink bug.
Just a little bit less than you.
This was a nice bar, though. I think the guys will like this once they're ready. Oh God, that wasn't good. Oh, I just broke my desk.
Oh, that's no good.
Yeah.
Then I thought you said you could hold your liquor.
How bad is it? Oh, nice. I think we're surrounded. Don't look.
I don't need my senses to tell me that we are surrounded. The main doorway has been cut off, and Jim has retreated to the cellar.
All right, let's get this over with. I'll swing around. Are these swivel chairs?
They're
Vespa.
normal stools.
Damn, I was hoping it'd be a swivel chair.
Poe.
Evening, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You'll notice that the captain will take a stool next to you at the bar, since you did not turn around to him. Good evening.
It's a fine day for a drink, ain't it?
It is. Mr. Jim, the proprietor here, is suspicious of outsiders. The city has not had any visitors in some time. And he is concerned that you might have snuck into the city. Do you have any paperwork that might...
Yes, here's my documentation right here.
Wonderful.
Why would I lie about such a thing?
Thank you. The captain will take it. He opens it up. All right, Mr. Poe, we're sorry for the misunderstanding. As the captain leans forward on the bar, he looks at Bishop and Whisker Wrench. You two as well? Do you have paperwork?
I got the same paperwork he's got.
I as
Yep.
well.
And we pass it down. All right, pass mine to Whisker.
I'm gonna grab both and kind of reach across Vesper and have him out. My hand kind of shaking him a little bit.
And the captain will take them, and everything does seem to be in order. The general has signed these. It is hard to
Been
see
posted here
outsiders.
long.
Here you are. Well, welcome to
Well, I
Zatan
mean,
City.
Thanks
I
for the
appreciate
welcome, but
The
maybe
warm
maybe you'd see more outsiders if you didn't treat them like this.
We
Now,
treat 'em-
Whiskey.
Well, I'm sorry to treat you like this. And you'll see the captain as he waves his finger at the other guard. And they will move from their position. And even Jim comes back out of hiding. I'm sorry, boys. I had to ask. It's my civic duty if I think somebody snuck into the city.
You know what? I'll forgive you for another wonderful drink.
Yeah. This is the least I can do. I really
Don't
am
be so bad
sorry.
about it. It's fine, friend. Captain, Charlie, word for the captain and his friends on me, please.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Poe. What brings you to Zatak City, if you don't mind me asking? And this is not a official questioning. You don't actually have to answer. Your business is yours.
Felt drawn to it, if that's if you ever felt drawn to something like an area.
Indeed. I remember when I journeyed here as a refugee, so
that's I mean that's the best way we can explain is we felt drawn to be here.
hey,
So mighty
Cap.
grand piano. Do you have anyone who plays?
Well, other than my wife, nobody really knows how to touch the ebonies and ivories.
Hmm. Perhaps I'll have to catch her playing sometime.
It's a sight to be seen, that's for sure. You'll have to come back sometime in the evening after she's closed shop. So,
Can anyone go and play, or is it specifically for your wife?
it's open to anybody who can actually play. But I'll tell you what, if you can't play, anybody still in here will let you know.
I do understand that as I slide the empty bottle down and crack open the new one.
The
Start drinking
captain will grab his drink, and as he kind of like puts that hand on your shoulder, and he's like, "Well, I'll leave you to it. Sorry to be sorry to bother you in your drinking. Just doing the
any-
job, you know."
Understood, Captain. If you need help with anything or any further questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Whiskey,
Yeah, Poe.
these drinks hitting pretty hard.
Um,
Haven't had a good drink like this in a long time.
I mean, yeah.
I believe both of you are slightly inebriated.
Bishop, my good man, you're in charge of making sure we don't get into trouble. I'm gonna go play the piano.
Vespa, do you think that is a good idea? Father, do you think we should stop him?
I'm not.
No.
I'm just gonna kind of lay my head on the bar.
Hey, you called him Vespa? I thought his name was Poe.
Yeah, it is. That's just like a nickname.
Performance, Jolly?
Definitely at disadvantage because you're intoxicated.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool because my performance was already a 0. So
Oh,
As
there it was
these-
too. Look at the 20 sitting there.
Hang on, let's see if we can try and change the music. There we go. A little upbeat, even though it's gonna be bad. I don't have bad music, so we'll do this. Rowdy rowdy noise in the background. Isn't it grand playing like we used to on the Vale? Yeah, we're playing music.
Uh,
I don't think I have anything to sober up quick, so. All right. Shaking it out. Shaking it out. I know I'm better than this. Come on.
Are you sure that you know how to operate this musical instrument?
Yes. Give me a minute. It's coming back to me. Just deep breath. One more time. Just a warm up. It's been a minute.
a 14 on performance. There you go.
Yeah. See, Bishop. It's not so bad. Just had to get used to it. As I just play a common tune that would be known in any tavern. Nothing Elranthian.
Gotcha. Ding 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 ding.
Everybody, ho! Come on, Whiskey, you know this one.
I believe you've each reached a end of your consumption.
Yes. It's been a while since I felt like that. It's nice to have an old drink.
Father, in your condition, you should not be up walking about. Allow me to find your seat for you. There.
Kids these days.
I like that whiskey. Just like I used to.
Mr. Jim, do you have anything of sobering consumption for these two?
Bean water! I'll take a bean water.
I've got coffee in the back.
Haven't had good bean water in a while.
Here you go, boys. Yeah, sober up a bit as he sets two massive mugs of hot steaming coffee in front of you.
Drop the coffee on my lap. I spill the coffee on whiskey.
Oh my gosh.
As the piping hot coffee, I touch the cup too fast, and I quickly and dump it on whiskey and myself.
Sorry, meant to roll that at disadvantage. That's a little better.
As Vesper dumps his coffee onto himself, Whisker, you are able to basically kind of do like a slide and roll as you like tumble off of the stool in a kind of drunken roll out of the way. Vesper,
what are you doing?
let's see here. Vesper, you're gonna take 11 points of heat damage from the piping hot coffee.
Yikes. Jim, Jolly Jim, I need to clean up my mess.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, yeah, I'm right down here. And then grab a rag and he like throws it at you. I'm gonna go grab a mop. Yeah, shoo, out of the way.
Wait a minute. I got this.
Here.
And I snap my finger and clean it.
Roll me a d4. Evens it works. Odds you make it worse.
I like that because I'm drunk. 1 second.
You make it worse. You double the mess on the floor.
I swear I was just trying to help.
Vesper, you're making a bigger mess. Please allow him to clean.
Jim, here,
Who's
let me.
Vesper?
Oh.
You spill yours now. It's fucking Larry and Curly at the bar right now. I don't know this Vesper you speak of.
Enough.
I'm
Both of you.
Bishop will grab up Whisker, picks him up,
You can't just
picks up
grab
Vesper.
me like that.
Mr. Jim, I apologize for
I'll
my
be back and pay
compatriots.
for the mess. I'm sorry I haven't had a
Bishop
drink in a while.
Bishop takes a coin purse out from his belt and he throws it onto the bar.
I apologize for their reckless behavior. I hope this pays for their stupidity. We will get out of your hair.
I wasn't stupid when I made you.
Enough, Father, before you make yourself any more inconsolable.
I'll be back to pay the mess.
We'll come back. Now that we've officially made a mess of the tavern,
you now find yourself outside the tavern, which is the orange dot. So I'm just gonna move us there, but we find ourselves at the orange dot.
I'd like to drunkenly make my way to the forest for some reason.
Oh dear God.
Oh gosh.
But we have to go through the bazaar first, so let's head that way.
No, we're just gonna go that way around.
So you want to go? You want to go to the gardens?
Yeah.
By way of the bazaar.
By way of the
By
bazaar.
way of the bazaar. What
Okay.
can go wrong? It's just,
All right. So as you make your way down the street here, you see several people. I mean, you're making a ruckus of yourselves. You know, you're still intoxicated. Obviously, You
are
are
leave Whiskey and Vesper alone.
Bishop has Vesper underneath his arm, kind of carrying him, and Whisker is basically being football carried at this point. But you're both still in a jolly good time. You're singing and carrying on as Bishop is basically carrying you. As you approach the bazaar, eyes have been on you this whole time. You see this large purple tent, and you just see all sorts of manners of items and everything. And from inside the gates of this, you see the most stunning beauty inside this bazaar tent. And from there, you hear a woohoo, and it catches your eye, Vesper, as your attention is drawn to this noise, and you just see this lovely lady as she's waving her hand at you, and you see her give you the finger, like, come here,
Wait. Can I do an insight to see if I visibly see the finger correctly?
I mean, it's pretty obvious that she's doing the come here finger.
Okay, because if I'm drunk, I could take it as the go fuck yourself finger.
No, because she's doing the curl, like.
Oh, okay.
And it's not.
Okay,
it's kind of hard to do the curl and the middle finger,
No, yeah, okay. Be like, fuck you too, lady. Yeah, I'm gonna force my. Well, yeah.
We're
yeah.
not. We're just gonna start.
Oh,
Kind of
yeah.
leaning and pushing Bishop this way.
Hello.
She is an absolute radiant exotic beauty as she stands there behind the table, as she thumbs through the pages of her book, and she kind of gives you the side eye, Vesper, a little bit. This smirk upon her face. She can tell you're drunk. She obviously knows. As she leans down on the bench that she has there as a countertop, and she goes, "You look like someone who needs something in their life. And I look like somebody who just happens to have what you need."
What could that be?
See,
What do
that
you think I need?
is what I don't know yet.
Got any grapes?
From behind the counter, since Whisker, you're a little shorter, she takes a step forward and leans over the counter to see you drunkenly, leaned up face first against the counter, and your eye, like cat eyes, are just staring straight at the counter. I actually do.
I apologize for our father's condition.
And Bishop will reach down and grab him as he kind of picks him up to eye level.
Instead. Investigating her, obviously. She bends over to talk to
What exactly are you investigating, Vesper?
The whole body.
The whole package. The curvature over the table. The voluptuous bosom.
She is a wonderfully full-figured woman.
Now, is this drunk eyes or is this real eyes?
This is real eyes.
Okay.
She is a wonderfully full-figured woman. She has very dark, beautiful black hair, and her skin is that beautiful olive color. And she has herself wrapped in the finest of silks. And around her neck, she has this extravagant gold pendant chain. And she has large pendant earrings. And she has the faintest of red lipsticks. She is very well decorated, and she knows that she looks good. And she has this irresistible charm to her. And she is an absolute temptress.
You are quite the woman.
As she kind of picks herself up, back up off of the countertop, looking at you, Vesper. I appreciate that. That still doesn't solve the problem of figuring out what exactly it is that you need that I have.
I could think of a few things.
Hmm.
But
Most
what
men
do.
do.
You have?
Well, you see, I have all manner of items of procurements. Exotic goods, gems. I deal in all manner of magical items. I have tapestries and housewares and curios and artifacts. I have books galore. I have wines from exotic places. I have clothing. I have all sorts of things that your hearts and minds could imagine. So what is it that yours imagines?
Hmm. It's a good question. Right now, I'm only envisioning
We're
a
still
few things.
inebriated, correct?
Yes.
Let's do a check. Why not? I think. I mean, I like swords. I have plenty of swords.
Weaponry
I
is
like-
so... I leave that for the armory. Come
You
on.
said we were, correct?
I believe you're still slightly inebriated.
My friend here likes to tinker. Do you have any exotic type?
Nope. That was supposed to be a disadvantage because we're still slightly inebriated.
Do you have any trinkets or old mechanical things or gems or soul stones or?
I'm not
Things of that
talking about
nature?
your friends once right now. As she
Vesper,
leans
you
back
need a hand?
over the counter towards you, Vesper.
Oh,
I want to
There's a
know
better
what
way.
you...
There's a better way. There's a better way. There's a better way. So I
She said
kind of lean
armory,
in a little
so-
bit and like put my elbow on the to lean on the table a little bit. And it kind of slips just that little bit. Like, I'll take anything.
Anything. A man
I can
who
give.
will...
Almost anything.
You'll take anything you can get, and you can give almost anything. As Callista is like tracing the wood grain near your hand. What an interesting proposition. Well, what a shame. As she stands up very abruptly. I took you for somebody to be interesting. Good day.
Let's just turn to whiskey. What just happened?
I believe she saw through your bullshit and turned you
I
down.
mean,
I'm not
Oh,
entirely
honestly,
sure,
Bishop,
but if you
there's
said
not
you
much
needed
bullshit
a hand,
left.
I could have gave you an arm.
this is true. This is true. I mean, things that I really want, well, couldn't very well just come out and say cuddles. And I
Every
have-
man wants the cuddles. You're not original there.
She's got good ears, this one.
I mean, you're literally standing like 5 feet from her.
Yeah,
So.
but I'm drunk, so you know. But I suppose I don't know. Like, I have some fun items. What else could I really need?
Who knows?
What
Maybe.
do you need? Maybe that's the question.
Hmm. You see, what
Maybe
I
could be
needed.
the one to get it for you.
Interesting. An inebriated elf thinks that he can get what I need. I believe
You'd be
there's
surprised.
I believe there's a portly man at a tavern who thinks the same thing. So why don't you
Are
come?
you Jolly's wife?
I believe you've met my husband then.
Oh, you could have got me in
He
trouble.
also
And I'm
left-
pointing my finger at her like the finger wag, hand on the hip, like you.
Yeah,
He wasn't lying. You could take the stars out of a night, and it still wouldn't equate to
Yeah.
your beauty.
Yeah,
I
we met him,
already
and he
have
left-
stars in a
He
bottle.
left him with a mess.
You have stars in a bottle. That's what I want.
You want to see them?
Sure. Whiskey, she's got stars in a bottle.
It's probably just fireflies.
Could be glitter.
Here you go. As she sets the jar on the counter.
I don't know about you, but I want to see this as well.
Vesper,
Still a little drunk. Not
As
super
you-
drunk. Still a little drunk.
as you peer into this mason jar looking jar, right?
Mhm.
It is obvious that it is not fireflies. This looks like a whole fucking universe in this jar. A swirling cosmos of gas and nebulas and stars spin around a central point. It is the most beautiful thing that you've ever seen.
She was not
Starry-eyed.
kidding. That
This
is
is
definitely
amazing.
stars in a jar.
Who are you?
Hey, lady.
I am Callista Imberwind, and I am the merchant who can get you anything you desire. As she gingerly picks the stars up and she puts them back in her folds of her robes for a price.
A lady who can get a whole universe of stars in a jar. Do you think that's an entire dimensional plane hidden in there? No. What happens if that jar shatters? It has to be just an illusion.
Mm. Do you have... Were you here before the elves came?
No, I came after the city was well established.
Do you know of the city where the elves were from?
I believe they called it Aranthian.
Mm. Do you have anything from there? Or Eldoria?
Eldoria, now that's a name. You know, you're not the only one who's asked about that place. As she kind of narrows her eyes at you. There's another person in town who's asked about Eldoria.
No.
A
that?
librarian.
Let's see.
And you share her eyes.
Not sure what you're talking about.
Interesting. You might actually be an interesting person after all.
As I'll quickly cast minor illusion on my eyes while she walks away.
I do not believe that will fool this woman, but it is a good thing to try.
Pick a color, quick.
Make it something neutral.
I don't even remember what my colors are. I think my eyes are purple.
Well, then shift them to blue.
Eyes are violet. Yeah, so yeah, blue. No, oh wait, no. What's my mother's eyes? We'll go green.
Keep it up and I'll dump it out and you ain't gonna have to worry about it.
I've been meaning to give this to Alara. I was able to procure this on one of the last ships that was coming in. And she hasn't been back over this way in some time. But I have a feeling that you're going to bump into her. So maybe you can look at it for a while and then maybe you give it to her?
I don't know who this Elria is, but if I find her, of course.
You know what? You said your name was Poe, right?
That's what my papers say.
I want you to know that it's real hard to bullshit a bullshitter. And your paper may say Poe, but your face doesn't say Poe. And somebody dream dropping a dead place from a dead kingdom where a historian of the town has shown interest is kind of a red flag, sir. I believe that you're going to find her whether you mean to or not. So, here. And she's going to slide over a parcel to you. It's wrapped up with a piece of twine.
I'll see to it. Ilaria, whatever her name was, gets it.
That Elranthian ale on your breath is giving you away. I'm glad you found home again, Vespa. Time to close up shop. I'll see you boys later.
Who said my name? Which one of you did it? That is some woman.
I was still trying to decide what color your eyes should be.
That was like 10 minutes ago, Whiskey. I need a better disguise. But I only have one other pair of clothes, and I think it would cause a ruckus if I put them on.
We should be careful who we stand around, especially when they are smarter than us.
I think we should sober up.
Agreed. And I'm already sober, and I feel unintelligent around that woman.
Something about her.
I don't even have the parts to procreate, and I wish to be with her.
Not Charlie. A lucky bastard.
Which brings into question, how does one of his abilities net a woman of her abilities? How does that... What does the saying go? Marry up? Out of his league?
More so that one. But we still don't know all about Jolly.
I mean,
Well,
he
he could
was
be in
able
disguise as
to pick the perfect drinks for each of you with barely even a conversation before.
True, true.
Well, you said that you wanted to journey to their gardens, and you both seem to be more sober at this point. I shouldn't need to carry either of you.
No, I'm quite level-headed now.
Yeah.
As I cast disguise self to completely change everything. From head to toe, I am a different person. Somebody fitting of the name Poe.
What's up, Nellis?
Well, I just, since you all hanging out, I figured I might come and hang out too.
Just be careful when we're around a more public space. People may not take to your current form.
Well, I didn't think of that.
Nonetheless, we're always
It's-
happy to have you here.
It's good to see you, friend. I do miss you. I know that you're with us all the time, but it's good to see your face.
Well, I just, since we got in here, you have just been riding around in Bishop's Head, so
Is
good
it
to
pretty
get up.
empty up there?
Hey, called you dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, you are the designer, Father. You would know what was inside my head.
He called you dumb.
I really wasn't calling you dumb there, kid.
I think you're both dumb, but that's besides the point. Anyway, I was just tired of being cooped up. I decided to come out for a little bit, but you also have a point, so I guess I'm gonna go home.
Oh,
Aww. Why'd you have to go and piss him off, Whiskey?
I'm told him people wouldn't appreciate him in this form, Poe.
He didn't say he was pissed off. In fact, he says that quite the opposite, that you actually had a valid point, and that he can come back anytime. Shall we continue on this excursion of the city?
I suppose. What's next?
Onward to the
Well, you
gardens.
wanted to go to the forest.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
There is nothing else. You will get nothing.
Wow, this place is amazing.
Perception.
With a 20. As you step into the city gardens, you are greeted by many of the flora and fauna from your homeland, Vesper. The cherry blossom trees and the bonsais, and even some that are a little less familiar, maybe even more native to the icy north. But they even have a familiar look to them, like maybe they've been slightly altered to blend and look. There are purple lilac trees And even the main garden, the stream that runs through the garden, goes around the large pavilion in the center of the garden. You see some townspeople just strolling down their paths, and even some of the city guard who seem to be not necessarily guarding in the gardens, but enjoying the scenery.
These trees are magnificent. There's something about them. Reminds me of back in the day. Good evening. Hello.
Hello.
I'm just gonna mosey in here underneath this awning.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Many well-beings upon you.
And on you as well. Very serene, isn't it?
Indeed it is.
What are you thinking, Whiskey?
Well, we've been to the bar, and then a bazaar, and now we're here, and just this place it's beautiful. Oh, I mean, I'm sure I don't take it in near as much as some of our compatriots.
Beauty is indistinguishable. What one might find beauty, another may find disgust. Beauty is a spectrum from which all may find pleasure.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
So what is this place?
These are the city gardens. I am their caretaker. I watch for the plants and they watch for the people of the city.
You watch the people of this city?
Well, I do a bit of that as well. But the garden, it watches out for the people of the city. It takes care of their spiritual needs.
Seems like a very good place to meditate and just reflect.
Indeed. Like the waters before you, reflection is only as clear, is as calm as your soul can be.
I'm gonna try and kind of meditate almost.
with a 10 on your performance. While you kind of close your eyes, Vesper, you are reminded of that moment when you looked upon the void and you remember the waves of that dark ocean, and you remember how they were crashing, and you remembered the moment that when Moon touched you, how everything just instantly turned flat and you were standing there, and for the briefest of moments you feel that handprint on your chest. It's almost like Moon's hand is there again.
Oh. It's gonna take getting used to. As I kind of just feel my chest.
Excuse me, Mr. Feline. You seem to be disharmony with yourself. Your prosthetic, as it was, seems to be fighting your physical form.
Possibly. The prosthetic was made because there's no more physical form there.
While the physicality of your body may have been removed, the spiritual sense of your arm remains, does it not?
I suppose.
And you use this as a type of control for your machine arm now?
Well, yeah, more or less.
Do not try to vie for control over your machine. Allow your machine control over itself, and you will find that its function will allow it to blend with your physicality. You will create harmony between your flesh and machine. You will be at peace again.
I mean, maybe I'll be at peace between the flesh and machine. There's just... my mind is not so calm these days.
The mind, not calm. Spirit can be. The mind will always race with thoughts. The mind races with confusion. It is what the mind does. It is the spirit for which we need to be calm.
Then maybe it's the spirit that's conflicted, sir.
Your other machine. I feel no confliction in it. And yet you create it as well?
I did.
Why do you make a machine with two souls?
It was only supposed to have one.
Interesting. It houses two powerful beings in one body.
Yeah. It does. I couldn't tell you where the one soul came from. I guess it was just created. But the machine itself and the other soul was supposed to be there. You see, he was created because a friend of mine's body no longer worked.
And you felt that if you made this body of metal, you could pull his soul into it?
Not that I could. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe I never asked if I should, just that I could. I put his soul in the body. But when I did, it made another soul.
Just like your soul struggles with its machine.
As Sheldon puts his hands on your fur and on your prosthetic, Whisker.
So too would his soul struggle with his machine. Life is not meant to be a struggle, but life always finds a way. And so in that moment, a soul inhabited its life. And now two souls in one body. Your friend has a blessed existence, but he will always be split. You do not have to be. Become at peace with yourself, and your soul will be at peace with its machine.
That's easier said than done, I'm afraid.
It always is. Words are often wiser than actions. I can tell you are troubled. Stay in my garden as long as you need, if it helps you. But wherever you go and wherever you journey, may you find your peace and beauty, because your soul deserves it. You deserve the acceptance you seek. But first of all, accept yourself.
Maybe. One day.
As for you, one touched by darkness, I feel that your calmness has finally found you.
It's been a long journey.
I will not begin to understand why you find calmness in the darkest of places. It is not my personality to find calmness there. But so is people all different. I am glad that you have found it, though. But I can also tell that you have more path ahead of you. There is trauma from your past. Remember that you can let things go. You don't have to carry them anymore.
You're wise.
I see things not of this world, but of a spiritual world. A split between this plane and the next. It allows me to see people for more than just the trees.
Have you been here long?
Actually, no. I came in a few years ago. I hitched a ride with a trader who said that there was a place in the far north, and I needed an escape from my own personal reasons. When I got here, I found this place was just building its identity. Elves had journeyed here from Elranthian, a place devastated by war. They needed beauty once again. And so I set to work building something beautiful for them. Because elves are great masters of their magics and craftsmen of finest armors and weapons and jewelry, but they were also great artists and singers and poets. I wanted them to remember that just because war had hit them did not mean that they had to forsake themselves from all the things that made them beautiful people. And I think that this garden, in some small part, helped them retain their identity.
Hmm. Said you traveled with a traitor.
I did. She was a fascinating woman.
Traitor to whom? If you don't mind.
A trader dealt in silks and cottons, exotic goods.
Oh, a traitor. Got it. I thought you meant like a
Yes.
traitor.
No, a trader, a merchant.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the accent, so it took me a second. I do apologize. As I do a deep bow of like, sorry.
No, it is okay.
You're very wise. You would be very good counsel to somebody of importance.
No. I once thought myself a smart person. Wise even. I thought that I could help people, lead nations. But I gave bad information at the wrong time. And many people died. It was my fault. So now I seek penance for my failure. I am a flawed person just the same as many others. So I do not try to inject myself back where I do not belong. Those who seek help and come to me, I will offer what I can. You found yourself on my pavilion today, and I have offered what wisdom I can see. Whether you take it or leave it, so be it. The world is a fickle place. Maybe I help you today, maybe it no help you at all. Either way, Sheldon takes care of his garden, and I will be here tomorrow.
It was excellent meeting you, Sheldon.
Likewise.
I do believe I will be sending some friends your way.
I look forward to their visits.
I'm gonna slowly walk to Whiskey. You alright, kid?
I don't know, Vespa.
Feeling it too. Feel that's menace.
Nellis. I don't know. Damien attacking Bishop.
Yeah, that one was Weird. You would think that I'd be the one doing something of that nature.
Don't take this the wrong way, but as long as I've traveled with you guys, you seem like you're the irrational one, not him.
Understood. Most people think that, especially after, well, my past.
I just don't. I don't know, Vesper.
I understand that, man. I do like Bishop, though. He's a strong warrior. I think he'll be good for the crew. And I don't think there's anyone, me, Damien, no one better to protect Nellis. So I think you did great. Don't beat yourself up.
It's not that simple, Vesper. I was tasked with the one thing that I thought I could do. The one thing I was supposed to do.
Who knows how crazy and hectic it was over there? I mean, it's just you and the crazy guy. Just you and Ziggy went over. You said it wasn't worth the risk to send more than just you guys.
It wasn't.
What did you have to do over there? What kind of people did you face?
Nicole,
Listen, if you don't want to tell me about it, I understand.
Ziggy had us hiding most of the time in a workshop, but all you could hear was war, fighting, screams,
I can confirm
people
the war.
and machine alike.
The war
And
raged.
you can confirm, where were you? You left me for 6 months.
Father, when I left the workshop, when I left the forge, I went down the main path towards Whitehaven, and I sat on the edge of the cliff, and I watched as a thunderstorm rolled in. And as the lightning and thunder boomed in the distance, I realized it wasn't a thunderstorm at all. That it was shelling from explosions. And I don't know what it was, but I began to run towards the explosions. I found injured and dead in the battlefield. And I had to help them. I didn't know what I was doing. I grabbed what supplies I could find from the dead. This cloak that I found came from a dead cleric. I hold warforged bodies that were still screaming into a small town. I hauled injured humans into that same town, and I watched as the humans of that town gave aid to them and ignored the Warforged. I found a battle machinist on the field, and I dragged her by her wrist into that town, and she gave aid to the Warforges that I was bringing in. Some of them, their arms and legs had been missing. Eventually, the battle was over, and she spoke to another wearing an orange cloak the same as I. and he came and got me. And it was then that I was found. They knew that I wasn't part of the temple, but he was not mad at me. He was impressed by the work that I did. He took me and he trained me in the temple, taught me to heal. That's where I learned my magics, how to heal the living and mend the machines that I can. And when I had learned enough in the temple, he sent me to the army of Seer. And from there, they taught me to fight. How to wield my halberd, my mace, and my shield. And they sent me to the front line. I hated fighting, but I was good at it. But I was even better at healing. And so I tried my damnedest to stay out of fights. And all the time, this voice in my head, I didn't know it at the time, but he kept talking to me, telling me about you and his friends and needing to get back home. And it wasn't for some time until it was one night. The shelling had begun. My position had gotten overrun. My foxhole, my partner was dead, and there was nothing I could do for him. I was injured. I was trying to mend myself, and another warforged stood above me. And as he was getting ready to sink his sword into me, a golden spirit appeared with a double-barreled shotgun, and he blasted the warforged straight in the chest. And as that fire ringed out across the battlefield, he stood there in defiance, like he belonged there. And it gave me hope. And he reached down for me in that hole, and he told me that it was time to go home. And I reached up and I grabbed his hand, and he was gone, but he was there in my head. And I followed his voice, and he led me back to the forge. That's when I became a deserter from the army. And I've listened to him since then, and he's led me back to you guys. Led me back to you, father and grandfather, and all of his friends. And I hope to be your all's friends. That's why it hurt so bad when Damien struck me. I was confused and hurt because he was so sure that you would be happy to see him, happy to see me. All I wanted to do was go back to that foxhole. But Nellis tells me that he will come around, that I will be important to you all, that you will need me in the end. And that is why I will not leave.
Listen, kid. Whether you're important to Damien or not, you're important to me.
I also know that Nellis is important to you all. And if you can get him back, I would gladly give my life in that exchange.
It's not going to come to that. You just
I
keep
don't-
protecting Nellis. We'll figure out a way.
I
All
tried
of
to do
us.
that once. I'm not gonna try to do it a second time. As much as I'd like to have Nellis here, if it means sacrificing you, I don't want Nellis here anymore. I needed Nellis.
That
And now, Poe, now I've got to go back to the Cartography Guild by myself with no Nellis.
You don't have to go back right away.
And I'm not sure I can do that. Nellis
We'll
was
all go.
supposed to be there with me to help me go back. And now he's gone. You and Damien told me I had to bring Nellis back at all costs.
And you did.
No failure. No. I did. But I didn't. Instead, I created Bishop. And I understand that you left. You were a cleric. You were healing people. You saved machines. You saved people. It didn't matter. But you left. And you left without a word. And with my friend's soul. In 6 months, I didn't get to hear from you. I had to walk back through a portal by myself. Yeah, I had Ziggy. But Ziggy's not... As much as he's my family, he's not our family. And do you know what it's like to come back empty-handed? I had the utmost confidence that I would come back with Nellis. And I walked through not even with you.
for the part that I played in this, for walking away from the Forge, I am truly sorry. I did not understand the implications. I did not understand the soul that resided in me. I do now. And I understand the feelings that being gone for that length of time has caused you. I'm sorry. I'm glad that I was able to return to you. I'm glad that your friend's soul was safe and that you were able to meet him again. And if I understood then what I understood now, I would never have left. But in the same token, I would not be the frame that I am today. Nor would you be the same person you are today either.
A wreck filled with guilt and worry and anger because somebody who I thought I could call friend attacked something that I created.
Nellis told me of a time when Damien struck at you, Vespa.
Yes, he did more than that. I mean, who's Vespa?
My apologies, Poe. But from what I understand, it was also at a time of great emotional strife.
Indeed, I had. We had broken into a library, and we all found something. Found some items.
Noah
And
said
mine
that
happened to
a
be a book.
dark entity occupied your mind. You were not yourself.
Indeed. So I read this book, thinking it would grant me abilities to protect my friends, and more so at the time, my family. Because, let's be honest, we weren't friends then. We were just a crew that got thrown together. And I took upon this entity, thinking he was my friend. And all he did was attack the crew, take advantage of me at my weak state to control my body. Looking back on it now, I'll never admit it to his face, but he did the right thing. I would have done the same. Protect your friends, protect your own. I wasn't myself. Clearly, I was somebody else. So he shot me. Square in the chest 3 times.
But then he brought the body back, revived you. After the entity left and tried to take
No.
another,
The entity was still within me, I believe. But it was after Moon. It was trying to avoid death. And it thought the only way to avoid death is to be next to death.
it seems,
Hiding in plain sight.
It seems our would-be king has a emotional trigger when he is of great emotional stress. He lashes out.
When it's something he loves, he does what he can to protect it, no matter the cost and without rationale. He's proven it multiple times with Moon. Nellis, when he did not return.
And
Whiskey, it's fine. Whiskey, it's fine. And I even ran away from the team. I couldn't bear to look at them. He killed me, and nobody defended me. Nobody cared to learn my side of the story. But Moon did, over time.
It
And I came
seems
back when it needed to be most, because my friends were in danger.
It seems to me this halfling has great power over this group.
Many do care for her. She is witty, remarkable even for a halfling.
You know,
Got my cousin vexed.
it's impressive to me that even Nellis speaks highly of her, but yet he does not refer to her as the leader of your party. But yet you all seem compelled to follow or compelled to protect. This dynamic to me is one of...
We all kind of lead in our own way, if that makes sense. But, you know, my cousin has a way. But our true leader was Nellis, as he was our captain. But he always delegated. So we all became captain in a way. But yes, I'd be amiss if I didn't say that everyone had some emotional connection to Moon.
I guess that explains why Nellis trusts Whisker with the ship.
And I'd trust Whiskey to do it again. No matter what you think, I'd make that choice again.
But I frankly don't have a choice. It's either I trust or I am not here.
I think you do have a choice.
Well, I have a choice. And that choice is I trust that it's going to be a long time before I build anything for anybody.
I understand, Whiskey. Give him time, Bishop. It's been very emotionally stressful.
I have seen soldiers on the field with that same look. That same disheartened look. When fellow soldiers have fallen in battle, they lose the will to do what is needed.
When the time comes, he's going to need you the most. And you'll know what to do. I may not know how to say it. You may not know what you need to do. But when the time comes, something inside tells me you're going to be there. And he'll come around. And he'll do what he needs to do to get the job done. May not be today. May not be tomorrow. May not be months or years from now. But when it does come, we'll all be there.
I am truly sorry that you have me and not your friend.
Well, the way I see it, I gained another friend. And Nellis is still there. Just not whole.
Not
And you,
not the way it was before. And I
but
know
it kind of
that
is like the way it was before, if you think about it. If you even knew the situation before, it was my fault. I made a decision, and me and someone decided to use some ancient magic to lock his soul into a mask.
Nellis told me that he made poor choices in his life that led him down a path of self-destruction. That he made a deal with the devil that cost him his life 10 times over. Said that Whisker made another deal with the devil to try to get that same life back. But that it was spoiled.
It was. Nah, we didn't read the fine prints. We ended up getting Nellis' soul back, but it was not attached to his body. So his body decayed, as one would over time. And
Hence the mask.
hence the mask.
Whisker still wears it on his head, you know that.
I noticed. It's not something I want to bring up. I know how hard it is for him and how hard everyone's taking it, but you know, Damien will come around. I wouldn't worry about him. Really. He'll be fine. I see it as we've gained another friend, another family member. And who better to guard our friend than you?
I
He's
am a
not
war
gone.
priest of the army of Seer, and I swear to you I will do everything in my power to protect your friend's soul.
And
And
I
he
swear
will
to
do
you that I will
everything
do
he
everything
can
in
to
my
protect me.
power to protect you as well, as if you are now family.
Let us go be with our father, my father.
Some days I wish I could join mine. Please lead the way.
Where is your father? I've met your mother. I have an unfortunate feeling your father is not with us.
He suffered. I'm not talking loud at this point because now we're walking through areas. He suffered a tragic fate with my town and my area. He was, to the best of my knowledge, eviscerated, destroyed, down with the ship, as one would say. Mother doesn't talk about it, but I also haven't had a chance to confront her.
Well, I believe that you thought you would never have that choice, but now it would appear that you do.
Indeed, and I am terrified of the conversations.
Is this why we have not ventured to the library?
Correct. As much as I love her, I've not done some good things. I've not done many good things in my past. As you know, Damien killed me. I tried to kill my friends. I made a contract with the Dark Being, and now I'm contracted to another.
And yet, her son remains vigilant, steadfast on the path to making sure that their family and their kingdom is returned to glory. You made sure that your cousin arrived safely at a place he needed to be. You never
Yes.
left his side.
I was only doing what I've been trained to do since birth. Lead an army, fight for my king.
The how and the why is not nearly as important as the journey. I still believe you should talk to her.
Well, there's only a few places left in this city. Shall
Yep.
we save the best for last, then?
I heard Callista speak of an armory. We could visit that first.
Maybe let's drop back to talk with, behind Bishop, or behind Whiskey a little bit, and say maybe that'll get him going, seeing some stuff.
Maybe the smell of fire and the beating of metal may lighten his moods.
Well, I know one day you could potentially need repairs. If that doesn't get him going, I don't know what will.
I am self-sufficient in my own repairs, which is nice. He does kind of hover over me, though, to make sure that I am in peak condition.
That's just because he cares.
I think it is a parental thing. He takes responsibility for me.
I wouldn't know. But Damien does the same to me, but I think that's because I like to get into trouble.
Well, we have to pass back past the tavern to get towards the armory.
Maybe Jolly can explain his smoking hot wife.
Well, you all seem to have sobered up more. Maybe you could stop and apologize for your earlier
Indeed.
inconvenience.
I'll get some gold ready to pay for my misfortune. Let's head
Father,
back.
we're going to head back out. make a pit stop back at the tavern before we head towards the armory.
All right. We probably need to apologize to Jim.
My thoughts exactly. Shall we go?
Let's go.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome back, you lot.
Charlie, may I talk to you in more private setting?
Ah, bygones are bygones. I've got the mess cleaned up. Don't worry about it.
No, please, please. I insist.
I don't mind. If you insist, step into my office.
Nicole, go to your room.
I'm gonna take 25 gold and give it to him from my satchel.
Your friend, the robot, already paid a substantial amount. You don't have to pay anymore.
No. I insist, please. Put it towards good use. Buy your wife something magnificent. I've ran into her earlier. She is something.
You met Callista. She is something else, isn't she?
Indeed. Where did you guys meet?
I met her at the bazaar she runs. I'm just absolutely melted by her beauty.
She
It's,
is a very knowledgeable lady.
yes. You know how hard it is to win the mind of a lady who can get herself whatever she wants in the world.
How does she do that?
I do not know. But she loves good food and drink. And I just happen to know what everybody wants when it comes to good food and drink. So, little by little, I bring her good food and good drink and good company. And I tell her a good joke or two, and little by little she laughs, and we spend more time together, and before you know it, I got so nervous one night, I asked her if she'd marry me. And I expected her to laugh at me like she laughed at all the other guys who ask her that. But you know what? She didn't laugh. She looked at her glass. She looked at me. She took my hand. And she said, yes. Just like that. We got married. And we've been inseparable ever since. Yeah. But the guys, you know, they still try their hand to take her away from me. And she still flirts with everyone who comes into the bazaar.
You can say that again.
But I
It can
know.
be quite vexing.
I know she only has eyes for me.
Do you know a woman? She spoke of a woman named who was it? Alara?
Is she talking about the historian?
Yeah, the librarian.
Thrummon Soak. Oak something. Oak
I think it was
shield.
Oaken Shade.
Oak shade. Yeah, I believe that's right. Very beautiful elf lady. She doesn't come in here very often. Every now and then she'll come by and she gets a bottle of Pale Moon Ale.
Do you have an extra bottle?
Yeah, they always keep them around here, yeah. Just in case she ever comes by.
May I have one?
Here. Jim will hand you the bottle, and it is a very, very tall, very skinny, triangular shaped bottle.
Do you know if she has any family?
I honestly don't know much about her. She mainly keeps to the library, and the Citadel calls her every now and then for historical context. Callista says that she is interested in Etherwell, the Etherthan artifacts. Elrothian. Elranthian, that's it. I am so sorry. Well, I'm never any good with the elf words. I really am sorry. But anyway, yeah, Elranthian artifacts. And it's one of the few things that Callista just never seems to be able to get a hold of. But she tries. There was a sword one time she really thought that she was going to be able to get a hold of. But it slipped out of her grip. Yeah.
I do love me swords.
Apparently this one was like the King's Blade or something like that. She had to lead on where it was laying or where it was supposed to be, but when she hired an excursion to go after it, it was a dead end.
And what do you know of Duskholm and a fella named Archibald?
Well, Duskholm, that's a common name in these parts. Almost everybody here in Zatan has had some run-in with Duskholm. They are ruthless, nation-destroying pirates, always tearing something up. I wish that we could build a massive military and just rid the world of them.
Well,
It's probably not the nicest thing to say, but I think the world would be a better place without their kind
I agree.
around.
but you better be careful. Maybe they'll build the big military.
They already have all of these fancy ships. Apparently their navy is huge, and now their navy flies even.
You have no idea.
How do you even fight against flying battleships? I mean, you'd have to build your own.
How do you think I got here?
Honestly, I don't even know. I imagine you come in on the merchant vessels like many of the other outsiders. That's the only way to get through the ice walls, it seems like.
Are you a trustworthy person?
I would say that most of the people of the town would say I'm trustworthy.
Do you keep secrets?
Better not. I have a problem with my own stock, if you know what I mean.
Good to know.
Just trying to be honest. If it's something that could put you at risk, it's better safe me not knowing.
And what about your wife?
She will use it as leverage to get something out of you.
Sounds appropriate.
Whatever she can buy, leverage, persuade, she'll get it out of you. She's a wonderful person and a beautiful lover, but she is a shrewd businesswoman.
Well, hopefully she plays tonight. I'd be very interested to hear.
She has been playing this entire time.
That's been her.
That's her.
Magnificent. You are quite a lucky fellow. No, I don't mean to hold you up now. Please, go back to business.
Ah, well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Did you make your amends with Jolly Jim?
Yes, we can't trust them yet.
How so?
Jolly says he's got the slippery tongue.
Interesting. I spoke with Callista as she played on the stringed box.
That would be called the piano, Bishop.
A piano. She wanted to know how much I cost.
Did you tell her you're not for sale?
Well, she said that I would fetch a high price, and that she knew people that would pay good money for me. Am I worth money?
I mean, everybody's worth at least a little bit of money.
Am I worth more than a little bit of money?
You're worth a lot of money, kid. You see, you're here. We
You're
don't.
the only one of your kind here.
Exactly. We don't see Warforged around here. So when you came back through the portal with me, you are one of one.
Interesting.
Your technology is not here yet.
So, how did Ziggy know about the Warforged? How did Ziggy know about Ebenron? Or to build the
That's-
constructs that run his farm?
Is the question that I think Whiskey may have the answers to.
That's where artificers are from, kid.
Are you from Ebenron as well?
No. Somewhere in my heritage, lineage, whatever you want to call it, probably has direct ties to Ebenron, because you can't be an artificer and not be tied to Ebenron. That's where the artificers came from.
Interesting. Do you bear a maker's mark?
I don't bear a maker's mark. I am a maker. That's what an artificer does. We make.
My time in Ebenron, and especially in the temple, they talked about humans, especially, that bared marks from these beings of great power. They were called Maker's Marks. It gave them unnatural abilities to construct and craft in different ways. I wondered if you were also one of them.
Well, I mean, if I've got a maker's mark, it's somewhere. I'm gonna hold up, my mechanical arm and my other one somewhere underneath all this fur.
When we are not in a public place, perhaps a further inspection may be required.
I mean, if it'll make you feel better, kid, yeah.
Hopefully it was not on the arm you lost. That would be unfortunate.
I guess I don't really. I don't really understand what you're saying. Like,
It's
Do I have-
it's a
do I have
brand
to have-
almost. Like a magical mark. That's like a birthmark. But it shimmers of purple under moonlight.
okay, so would I'm assuming naturally, if I had the mark, I would have seen the mark, whether I knew what it was or not. Correct?
If it was in a place that you could see it.
If it was in a place that I could see it. So to see if perhaps it was in a place that I could see it, what do I need to roll for that?
You would know if you have this mark based on the description that he gave you, if you've ever seen it in the moonlight.
I guess that also depends on,
Have
what
you ever
all I let seen.
have you I was gonna say, have you ever been buff in the moonlight?
I mean, far as I know, no. Most of the time, it's closed.
We might have to get Valmora to cast moonlight on you and strip you naked.
Oh dear God!
She'd love that.
Yeah, she would.
I mean, seems like it.
You're gonna check Whiska and make sure he doesn't have a maker's mark on him. See if he's actually part of the lineage of 7.
Whew, wouldn't that be some shit if I was and I didn't know?
That could be an interesting story arc right there. Might pocket that for a later story.
Okay.
You play wonderfully, Callista.
Well, thank you.
Have you played long?
All my life.
Who trained you?
Nobody in particular. I watched barmaids and other people who played and just naturally inquisitive and figured it out on my own. I like the attention that it gave me when I play, and so I just got better at it,
I do know. I'm well aware. You know so much. I can't fathom how you know everything.
It pays to know a lot.
Well, I can trust you can call me Poe from now on, please.
If I have to.
I appreciate your discretion.
Have you seen Ilara since I've given you that parcel?
That is my next stop. What do I have to throw on that?
I mean, all the inspirations have been refreshed for the session, so you have one of everything.
All right, I will throw my 8 on it.
Okay, you actually have 2 of those, so you have 1 more remaining.
All right. Yeah, 16's fine, yeah. So join in with her.
I see that you are familiar with your skills as well.
Yep. Taught that at a young age.
Well, here, take over. as she stands up away from the piano and she grabs out a ribbon from her waist and she begins to dance around the tavern as the ribbon magically begins to spin around her and almost floats in the air as she begins to dance and beat on a tambourine. You could see everybody turn and gaze at her. It seems as if the very lights of the tavern almost dim as the music from the piano grows and overwhelming, and all eyes are on her. And a spotlight grows right on her. It's something bizarre, as no light source produces this light. It's just all eyes are on Callista as she dances and plays her music. And it's just so mystical and wonderful. And Vesper, as you play the song and it finally comes to an end, and the crescendo of the song, the light that was everywhere goes out, and all the lights of the tavern just pick up, and the ribbons fall to the floor, and the thunderous applause of everyone in the tavern picks up. And there she is. She's standing there. She picks up all of her stuff. The people of the tavern throwing the gold at her feet. She picks it up. Thanks for the performance. As she puts a few pieces of gold in your hand.
No, I mustn't. I really mustn't. It was all you.
I always pay my people, Poe.
I'll just nod my head. Well,
I think I'm going to turn in for the night, Jim. I'll see you at home. And she walks towards the door, and you can hear the audible groans of everybody in the bar. As she's leaving, she turns around one last time and gives a very big kind of salute wave as she says, "Goodbye, everybody." As she kind of curtsies and walks out.
a woman. Well, whiskey, Bishop. Whenever you're ready.
Well, I guess. Where to now, Poe?
To go do the one thing I've been avoiding.
Which is?
Pooping in the jungle.
That as well. No, but going to the library.
Oh, and with that, I'm gonna like kind of tap my mechanical hand on my forehead. Do we really have to go to the library?
It
I
is
mean, are you gonna leave
important.
me to wander alone?
Listen, Vesper, Poe. I'm not your cousin. I'm not Moon. I don't see a problem in letting a guy wander every once in a while. I'm not your babysitter. I'm your friend.
Well,
Father, what is your problem with being around books?
I just,
Every time you come near books, you always get this way.
What? Get a headache? Yeah.
You know what? Bishop's right. You do get weird when books are around.
Uh, can I let you in on a little secret, Poe?
Whiskey, you know I keep my secrets.
3 words. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Words are hard.
Indeed they are. Took me forever to figure it out, but I'm sure with practice you'll get there.
I am confused. Do you have difficulty reading, Father?
It's not that I have difficulty reading. It's just, why read when I can build?
Yeah, words are hard, Bishop. I mean, it's fine. Just wait for the rest of the crew to hear about this.
Hmm.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So this is the last stop for you, Vespa, but I do want to go to the armory eventually.
Yes, the armory. Maybe I'll join you once we're finished up here. If I can navigate this damn place. Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Yeah, this map is kind of weird. So you actually enter in the middle on the ground floor,
This is
and
an
then
upper area.
there's a stair that exits from there to there
Okay, to the top level.
to the top level.
So that guy's actually on the top.
Yeah.
Why these guys have red boxes? Bum bum bum.
Don't they all have red boxes?
No, Alara has yellow. Our
No,
friends have green.
Wolf has yellow, Astrid has yellow, but all these little town folk people have red.
Oh, you know why? Because they
Looks like
are.
They could be bad guys at one point.
They
Bum, bum,
are
bum.
actually, that is right, because the token is technically just positioned as hostile when you hover, but I'm going to mark them as
so-
neutral.
It's okay.
So we've been
Whiskey
running
will
around
just
a
throw
bunch
books
of,
at him.
I mean, because words are hard.
There. So there. Now she should be blue.
Wunderbar.
Hello, mother.
Vespa, I'm glad you were able to find me.
Took some time. I went all over town, but eventually I figured it out.
Have you been drinking? As she gets close enough to you to smell your breath.
I am of age now, mother, as I pull out the bottle that I got from Jolly Jim and to give to her.
Moonlight Ale. You know, this is not for me. You know that, right?
Well, it's not for me. Also, I was told to give you this if I saw you. Apparently, someone already knows I'm here. And I'll pull out the parcel.
Let me guess. You met Callista.
A vixen, that one.
Indeed. Keep your distance from her. She's smarter than she lets on.
We just played a lovely tune over at the tavern.
Did she do her patented make all the lights go dim and make her scarves dance around her until everybody throws every dime they have at her?
Seems like you know her very well, mother. I also got a cut in that.
Well, I'm surprised she paid you.
She said, and I quote, "I always pay my people."
Yeah. Excuse me for my outburst.
So, we never talked. We never talked about it, but it's just you.
It is.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but you know, Dad or
I
assume
don't think.
Damien's parents are gone.
I definitely know that they are not with us. And as far as father goes, I have my suspicions that he is not with us either.
But no confirmation.
I found his tabard, burned armor in a pile in the outback. I assume he's gone.
Well, I guess that doesn't really change anything. I assumed you both were gone. Assumed everybody was gone.
I assumed you were gone as well.
I'm not anymore.
How
I'm here.
How exactly did you get out of the capital? We sent you there with the rest of the people from Eldoria, thinking you would all be safe there, and when we heard the bombings had started, and we should have never sent you there, Vesper. You would have been safer with all of us, but then again, we weren't even safe.
Well, luckily you sent me there to learn about combat and how to lead an army. So I used what I learned to hide and scratch my way and scrounge my way through and kill whoever I had to kill and shuffle on out the way I had to shuffle on out.
It seems that we both have changed quite a bit since those days. As she kind of pulls your hair over your ear. These scars, they're not natural. As she looks at the blackness that kind of creeps from the edges of your eyes now. I know them. You are pack bonded to an entity?
Still as wise as ever, Mother.
I hope
But yes.
that it is beneficial to you both.
It is. It's very well saved my life. And I mean that literally.
Well, I hope that it does more than just save your life, and that you get a benefit out of it more than just servitude.
Well, I can tell you all about it if you'd like.
Sometimes in these bonds, you're not allowed to speak of them. So your ability to speak about it is refreshing, actually. I would like to hear it if you can.
Where would you like me to begin? It's quite a tale.
From the beginning. It's just amazing to have you here in front of me again.
So I go on and I'll, explain the break-in at the library, how I got the book, which then led me to Benny. I'll skip the part where Damien killed me.
I was gonna say, do you go into details about that?
No, I'm gonna skip the part where Damien kills me. She doesn't need to know about that. At this point, I would assume that we've patched it up. Speaking of the devil.
I got my book.
And then I'm going to go on about. I'm going to explain Moon and what she does and, who she worships. And I'm going to explain how I was drawn to her and how she was able to cleanse and basically save my life. And why I chose the path I did.
So, pack bonded to death itself, but through a conduit priestess. How interesting. Huh. At least it keeps
Explains
you grounded.
The armor, though.
Well, it does. It does explain the armor. I know you have a bit of distrust for books, but I feel like this is rather fitting for you and your friend.
So you're not
Yeah.
weirded out by it.
Well, it's not what I would have chose for you. But nevertheless, I am happy that you are making your own path while still being of service to your people. And I think that this might be of benefit to you.
I'll put my hand out.
She will place in it a book, and it's called The Eldritch Knight, and it's spelled Night.
Like night sky.
Yes.
Rich. Okay. I'll
It talks about death worshippers, and it talks about their fealty to the void. I thought it to be a bit of fiction, to be honest, dashed with a bit of factuality. But after hearing with what you've done with your halfling friend, there might be way more truth to this book than I had originally given it credit for. It talks about a whole army of eldritch knights and death paladins that waged a crusade against the living, only to be cast out by the light. I don't want you to fall to the same folly. So, maybe you take a good message from it, and maybe it sheds some more history on what you were getting involved with, you know?
I will read it.
Thank
we
you.
have a restricted section, or a section where we can burn things or lock things away permanently.
I have a private collection, yes.
Throw this in there, will you?
This is some dark magics.
Don't ever want to look at it again.
Indeed.
How is it going, Vespa?
Better than I thought.
How did she
Got rid
take
of that.
to you explaining your bond?
I kept everything that was important to the story in it, and I kept everything that was not important out of it. Catch my drift?
I do.
But she's taking it well. I fear I still may have explaining to do in the future. But as for Mother, I think she's okay with it.
Our collection is amazing. Even the temple back home did not have this kind of resource.
What are you doing, Whiskey? Pretending?
I guess you could say that.
Instead of pretending, you should actually pick one of these up and try to glean some information from it.
You know what? Give me that book.
Here, try this one.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, no, that's the wrong book for me, kid. Sorry, not
You're-
no.
You were holding
No.
it upside down, Father. Ah,
You know, Bishop, I heard some books they read backwards.
perhaps there's a child section in this library.
I'll check upstairs. Oh, Mother, you're back.
I have put that terrible thing away. I don't know how you got a hold of it. You know it whispers to you.
I've learned to tune them out because I have read it a few times. That would probably be a story for another day then.
Well, it is under a heavy ward at this time, deep in the vault.
Mother,
Yes.
do you have any books for beginning readers?
Most everything in the library is heavily research based. It's a lot of academia in here.
You have some notes that are perhaps dulled down to the extreme basics?
There might be some beginning gardening books from the early days. She kind of points way over here.
Anything tinkering wise? Perhaps mechanical in nature?
The blacksmith keeps some of his designs up on the top shelves near over in this area.
You heard that, Whiskey? Some basic designs.
You say that like I can't read, Vespa.
Thank you, Mother. I'll be on the top floor if you need us.
Okay.
And do mind our robot. Whiskey over here. Hey, keep it down. It's a library.
This is not your traditional library. People are actively having conversations and
You're only gonna have 4 more days. Yeah, I do 15 more questions today. I'll leave 14 tomorrow.
I guess I'll roll perception to see if we find any prints for.
roll investigation.
I could do that. Trying to find something to get Whiskey moving again, you know? I know it's not going to be perfect, but if he could try, that's all that matters.
With a 25, if you start pulling through the various scrolls in the area, Vesper, you find things for like axes, shields, some interesting designs, but nothing that really triggers your interests. And then you see it. You pull it out and you unroll it. You begin to read closer. And it's a very simple shape. It's a cylindrical kind of stick with a round bulbous, kind of looks like a mace. And at first, that's kind of what you mistake it for. But it looks too small. And then you begin to read into it. And you realize that this is a throwable portable hole. Essentially, it works as a type of grenade that creates a temporary portable hole and then dissipates after a few seconds. Now you see the words prototype written everywhere, and you see several other pages afterwards that talk about research notes about how it was unstable and the prototype caused problems in the armory, and that one person was killed and that the prototype was shelved. But you feel like this might be something that Whisker would be interested in seeing.
I'm going to be flipping through and be like, Whiskey, I think I found something if you want to take a look. If not, I could hold on to it until you're ready.
I mean, I'll try to take a look.
I think you'll understand the mechanical parts of it. And if you need help with the others, I can help you. We can work on this together. Well, at least to the best of my abilities, but I could read the prints for you. As I'll chuckle. And then I'll hand
It's
him
not that I can't. I'm just lazy.
I understand. But I could do the reading if you're lazy. Anyway, here, check this out. It seems interesting.
What do I need to roll, Jolly?
You roll an investigation as well.
At disadvantage? Because we're looking at books.
Yeah, you can do your disadvantage.
I'm going to give you guidance.
It doesn't need it. Even at disadvantage, with you looking at this, you immediately are looking at the blueprints and you realize that this is a portable hole grenade. And your eyes kind of light up. It's very well detailed. It's very well drawn out. Somebody had a great idea. And as you're going through their research notes and you see, you very quickly realize where they went wrong. That it's hard to contain the portable hole in such a smaller space, that if they take the cylinder from the portable hole and they made it a dome shape, that the portable hole would be able to expand more rapidly. You know, you're talking out loud at this point, critiquing the design, you know?
Okay. I just this is wrong, and this needs to be done over here. You know, if maybe, Vespa, I think I can build us this. Maybe.
Well, I think we should at least go check out the armory and see what they have to say, no? Perhaps get a little bit more information.
We can go check out the armory. Yeah, let's just take this with us. But I'm letting you know that if the people in the armory won't build it, I'm pretty sure I can.
Let's see. What's this do? Oh. I was going to use Vicious Mockery, but it's only to, talk down to somebody. And I'm not going to do that, so...
You already talked down to me. You're making fun of me because I can't read.
I said I would help and not tell anybody, sir.
I also heard you earlier say wait until the people on the ship knows this.
Oh, cat ears, that's right. Mother, I'm gonna borrow a blueprint.
Here. Let me see it.
Who's? Oh, one of us will hand it to her because I don't know who has it right now.
I'm gonna assume Whisker has it.
Yep.
All
I'll
right.
hand it to her.
She will take the blueprint and your hand, and with a bit of magic, you see this band wrap around the blueprint and your wrist. There you go. It is bound to you. Thank you.
Nifty. Now no one can steal it.
And it also is automatically recorded in our books as to who has it. So if anybody comes looking for it, we know who checked it out.
I suppose it'll get me in trouble if I write on it, right?
If you need a copy of them, I mean, we have duplication magics.
I mean,
If you'd like to
Hurts.
just...
You know he's gonna write on it.
Yeah, if that be the case, why don't we just... She'll just go ahead and take your hand in the paper back, and she unbounds it. I should have known better, Vesper.
Some things don't change. Education is what survives when what has been learned has been forgotten.
Father, was that a blueprint I seen you had?
Yes, Bishop. We found some blueprints.
Something pique your interest?
Don't drink all that.
yeah. I think we're gonna head over to the armory and see if one of the blacksmiths can maybe look at this, see if we can wrap our heads around it and maybe make one.
Here is your copy. You are free to take this and write on it. And I will keep the original. And it is unbound to you, so do not lose it. If you do, or need another copy, you can always come back and get the original, okay?
Maybe I'll bring it back and you can replace the original.
Replace is not something we do here, but we can add to. Make an amendment. If you find the information is inaccurate or have a better solution, we are always looking to update our information.
Well, if I amend anything, I'll make sure to bring it back so you can look at it.
I would greatly appreciate it.
Well then, off to the armory.
Yeah, let's go, kid.
Vesper?
Thank you, Mother. I do appreciate your help.
It's good to have you back.
It's good to have you back. Can I give her a big hug?
She'll give you a... I was going to say, she's going to give you a hug.
Just right. Just the perfect hug. Right in the middle. And then I'll be on my way.
Ugh.
Oops, excuse me. One too many drinks again. Oh, what a desolate area. There's not much around here.
Mm.
I mean,
It looks well
doesn't seem
traveled.
that way.
The
Yeah,
barracks
it looks-
for the guards are nearby.
Oh.
Hey, you there?
Wait. Ugh.
Haven't been over to this side of town in a while. Can you remind me where the armory is?
It's standing in front of it.
No, sorry about that. Please go be on your way. I'm sorry. Right here.
Yeah, you can see the door there.
Yeah, no, I know. I was just.
Being a smart ass.
Yeah. Yep.
Whisker, as you enter into the blacksmith side,
Mm-hmm.
you see a woman pounding metal into a shape. And the rhythmic bing, 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 as she's just hammering this in, and she's focused on her work. And she'll turn around and she'll stick the metal back in the forge, and she's working the bellow. She'll reach in with tongs, and she's back at the iron in the anvil. And she is just a strong woman. Her red hair is just as fiery as the forge that she's working. She has a tattoo that runs up her arm. And she wears a simple white tunic with a leather apron as to not get in her way of her work. And she has leather kind of gloves that cover up her forearms.
Just gonna stand here and watch.
Whiskey.
Be
She's
enamored.
gorgeous.
Yeah, and look at what she can do with that hammer. Did I don't. This isn't my forte, Vespa.
Excuse me, miss.
And
And then
with-
I'm gonna look the other way. I'm gonna look. like, pretend
with-
like it wasn't me.
And with that, as you say that, her hammer strikes down to the forge, or down to the anvil, and it just dead stops. And she looks up, and she looks straight at you, Whisker.
I'm gonna kick him.
Oh, gonna kick me forward, are you?
I am.
Ugh. Uh, um, um, j- mm, it's, it's a pretty hammer you got there.
Urban Bacon Jam Tomahawk.
Thank you. Is there something you need?
Uh, I was just,
I gotta do everything myself. I'm sorry for my friend here. He likes to make things such as like things that you do and things that he does. Could be you guys could help each other out potentially. He's just a little nervous. He doesn't get to talk to very many pretty girls, so please mind him.
What? I'm sorry. What was your name?
Question for you. You talking to me right now or Vesper?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
Okay. Whisker Wrench. You can. They call me Whiskey.
Is that a question?
Yeah, Whiskey.
She's gonna set the hammer down on the anvil, and she's gonna take the steel that she was working, and she picks it up with the tongs and she sticks it back in the forge. And she picks up the edge of her apron and she wipes her hands. And she looks at you and she makes that signal, like that cigarette with the two fingers to her lips.
I'm gonna pull out my pack of cigarettes and hand her one.
And you see her, and she takes the cigarette and she puts her whole head into the forge next to the fire, and she lights the cigarette. She takes a deep drag on it.
Bazinga.
Bazinga.
I'm sorry to be like this, but I have to ask. I've never met a cat person before. What are you?
Well, I mean, see, Vespa, this is why I don't talk to a whole lot of people.
Listen,
I
understand she's pretty. Take a deep breath. She's beautiful. She's just talk. Just talk shop. Talk shop.
Yes,
Don't-
Father, tell her that you fixed the blueprint that she made that's wrong.
That
Bishop,
sounds
Bishop, you're not helping.
completely.
You fixed my blueprint. That's wrong.
What? Oh dear God.
Want me to take over, Whiskey? Are you okay?
I didn't.
What blueprint did you fix? As she takes another drag on the cigarette.
I'm gonna pull out the blueprint. Will I have scribbled everything, you know, the changing of this and that on this piece of paper on the way over?
Did you?
Did I? Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna
She-
pull out the blueprint and show it to her. Just kind of.
She'll take it, and she lays it out on her workbench as she takes another drag off the cigarette. You know, this portable hole grenade was dangerous stuff. They told me that I should stop doing stuff like this, that I was going to kill more people. And that I should just stick to making swords and horseshoes. I try my hand at making something else one time. Somebody comes in here, not knowing what they're looking at, and picks it up. Gets zapped into some other fucking dimension.
Well, that's okay. I sent someone to another dimension as well once.
You're right about the dome, though. How did you know this? All these changes, this is good work. I wouldn't have thought about fuse timers and... Do you know explosives? Do you
Does
make
he know
this?
explosives?
I'm just gonna like pull this out and show it to her.
Is this lightning in a bottle? No. It's more than that. Wow. This is a grenade. You've made a grenade that's lightning?
Yeah.
How do you...
It's It's kind of what I do. I build weapons. and-
Everybody except the cat. Get out right now. You, Elfkin. You, oh my.
Yeah, he made that too.
You stay.
Hey,
You stay. Elfkin out. You out too.
Wash your hands, Whiskey.
And Astrid slams the door. What are you?
Hello. I am Bishop.
No. You are not.
Warforged.
What?
He's a Warforged.
Warforged. I have no idea what I'm looking at. He's a construct. He's a robot. He's automaton. He's
him. Like, he's a living, breathing entity.
you. And she's like waving her hand in front of him. You have a mind and free will?
Yes, I am me.
And you created him.
Yes.
He is my father, the creator.
Oh, okay. So, Whisker, it was, right?
Yeah, you can call me Whiskey if you want.
I'll call you the freaking Pope. I don't care. I need you to teach me everything you know about everything, please. Because if I have to bend one more horseshoe in this place, I will lose my mind. And you have created literal life from metal. And I am wasting my life in here making this trash.
I mean, not all swords, or even horseshoes for that matter, are trash.
I have wanted to make something meaningful for so long. I have designed things that are weapons, that are anything. I have crafted everything I could think of from metal. Doorknobs and hinges and wheels and gears, and I've made clocks that keep time with such precision that we no longer need to worry about using magic dials. And it all fails in comparison to a cat person who walks in with a living robot. Have you talked to Wolf yet?
No, I came in and immediately came down here and was just, I was in awe.
We're in awe. I am in awe. You are a craftsman. I don't even know what to call you.
You can call me an artificer.
An artificer. You are an artist, sir. That is for sure.
I mean, thanks, but so are you.
I'm Astrid, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Astrid.
I am Bishop. Nice to meet you as well, Bishop. I'm sorry that I was dumbfounded by you. I'm sorry, I also assumed that you were just a construct. I didn't realize that constructs could be living, breathing things now.
Well, maybe not here for a while, but that's a whole story for another time that maybe, if you'd like, I'd like to tell you.
I would like that so much. Maybe dinner sometime? And you could tell me where you come from? And how it is you do the things you do? And maybe I can try to impress you with the things that I do?
Oh, you're very impressive right now.
Astrid takes the last drag off of her cigarette. She takes the cigarette butt and she field strips the filter off of it and flicks the filter into the fire. Well, I look forward to talking to you some more. And I definitely look forward to figuring out what I could have done better on my grenade.
Maybe we could work on it together.
I would like that a lot.
And maybe, just maybe, we can teach you some of the things that I know.
Yes, please. Because the city could definitely use more of that. And she points to you. I was so caught up with... Here. That's not even your real arm. You made yourself an arm.
Yeah. You know that story over dinner? It's kind of where it happened.
Astrid's gonna reach over. She kind of looks up at you. Do you mind?
Not at all.
And she very carefully kind of picks up the arm. Well, it's still attached to you, but she's looking at it. Does this thing have attachments to it?
I mean, kind of. And with that, like, I'm gonna flip the hand to a hammer.
That's convenient.
I mean, it only cost me an arm.
It's a good thing it didn't cost you the leg as well.
I don't know. Maybe. It's kind of like being short. People don't notice me.
I noticed you. I noticed you the
Well,
moment you walked in here.
I'm glad you did.
That elf guy you had with you. Is he your, protege? Someone you're teaching?
No. Vespa's just a friend.
Good. Consider this my official application to be your apprentice.
I'm just gonna kind of mumble to myself. Now I know how Nellis felt. I'll do my best, but if I'm gonna be honest, Astrid, I don't know exactly how long we're going to be here,
Well,
and I'd hate to leave this town without a blacksmith.
well, as you can see, I'm not going anywhere fast. As you look down, you realize that she's basically on one leg. Her other leg is just a bent up metal piece that she's been hopping around on.
Well, you say you're going nowhere fast, but I think we can fix that.
I'm sure you can. And with that, she'll drop your arm back down to your side. Well, I got more horseshoes to bend, Whiskey. So, I'll see you for that dinner. Maybe you could show me
Yeah.
your workshop next time.
Oh, that would be nice.
Okay. And with that, Astrid turns back around and she grabs the chunk out of the forge and turns back to the anvil, picks her hammer up and smiles at you and begins to pound on the steel as the sparks fly. Pow, pow.
Come on, kid. It's dinner and I don't even know what I'm gonna wear. I don't know what to do. Vespa, there you are.
I'm sorry, who?
Oh,
When is
Poe. Poe, I forgot. here I am. Now I'm gonna be the one that everybody knows who you are because of me. Shit.
Uh, well,
Sorry.
Whiskey,
I'm a little.
how did it
Preoccupied.
go?
She asked me to dinner.
All right.
I don't even.
What are you so nervous about?
What do I wear?
Well, it's time to go see it.
What,
Time to go to the bazaar and get you some clothes.
what do I wear? What do I do with my hands? Like, what if I'm having dinner and something happens and you need me and I'm not? Maybe I should just. Maybe I
I
should
have a
cancel.
way around that. Remember,
Just-
no, don't cancel. Don't cancel. Look, I still have this. You know, we could always attune it to you, and then I could see what you see if worst case.
I mean, you seeing what I see might help me at dinner, but how's that gonna help you if somebody attacks?
Well, I'll know where you are and who's attacking.
But what if they attack you first? I'm not saying you need my help, but I like to help.
Bishop will be around. I'm sure you can create a walkie-talkie of sorts. We can use something. I wouldn't worry about it. Let's just think about it as we have dinner. You have dinner dates. You have a dinner date tomorrow. Amazing. Or was that later today? Did you get a time?
No. She just said she wanted to have dinner.
Rookie mistake. See, this is why I should have snuck back in.
Well, I would have appreciated your help, but hindsight and all that, you didn't.
Well, I mean, you, big bird, little bird's got to fly someday. Where's Bishop going?
Hey, he wants to know if it's today or tomorrow for the food.
Bishop comes back and he has a slight dent in his face mask now.
Oh, Christ, kid.
She
Where'd you
threw
go?
a hammer at me.
I'm gonna like this one.
I assume she will come get you. I am not going back in there.
I
Anyhow.
don't advise it, kid.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. There's a soldier in there somewhere.
So, what do you do here? You own this place?
I run the armory. Owns kind of
nice.
yeah. It's partial ownership. I run the store, Astrid runs the smith. It's 50-50.
Quite a wild one, that one down there.
Oh,
Ain't that right, Whiskey?
What was that? Sorry.
He's still thinking about what to wear.
Yeah, I'm still over here. Like, what the.
I said, quite a wild one down there. Ain't that right, Whiskey?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Anyway, welcome to the Ironclad Armory. What can I help you with?
Just checking your inventory. Do you have any longswords?
Looking for what you got strapped to yourself already? Probably not anything that would be better than that. Unfortunately, we have just the basic needs to outfit the soldiers here. Standard run-of-the-mill long swords here. He hands you a couple of them. You find them to be good weight, excellent length, good grips on them, decent cross guards. They have a bit of a curve to them, like almost like a scimitar, but not nearly as extreme. Just a slight bend to the blade.
Very nice. These will fit somebody good one day. But as you said, they are not quite up to the quality that I currently have.
I can tell. You're outfitted pretty well. And one sword there. I've never seen anything bleed that kind of magic energy before.
This one?
It looks sick. However, dear, that chunk of it isn't even attached.
I can't explain what or why, but I know that it does what I need it to do in battle, that is for sure.
Well, incredible. And this one here, this blue folded steel, I've seen it before. You got this one. I know the smith that made this one. Trying to remember.
I definitely don't remember his name.
Driftwood.
Oh, hold on. Yes, he was had his outpost on a beachfront.
What was his name? Iron something. Finn? Was it Finn Ironshore? I think that was his name. If you've met Finn Ironshore, and you've been to Driftwood, and you've been as far south as that, have you, by chance, been in Atheus?
I have. Well, there's not much left of it now, unfortunately.
All the refugees coming to us every day. Well,
Duscombe did it. Yet again.
we need to put a stop to them. I tell Aldrich, said we need to get the armory into full swing. We need to get all the smiths together, and we need to start forging warships. And we need to figure out how to make them fly like Duskcombs. Build up a navy while we have the chance to be in secret. Once we build up a navy, we can ally ourselves with these countries that are against Duskcomb. We build up all of a navy, and we just launch our own attack. Rid ourselves of them. Fly into the Duskcomb capital like they've done so many other nations. Just rid ourselves of them. Plunge that nation into utter chaos. Feel good for once.
Just one problem. I know I had it, but it's not here now. But I'll pull out the blueprints of the big ship.
No. This can't
They
be.
played this off as
This can't be
a
real.
king's vessel. But let me tell you, this thing is outfitted with more cannons and more weapons than I've ever seen on an airship.
You've seen. This is real? And it flies?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Vespa.
Yes. I
Why
mean,
didn't you tell
what?
me? Shit. Did it again. Not used to having to call you a different name. Shit.
it's fine. We
Oh.
can leave it canonical and see if he notices. Because
Right? Poe.
There we go.
Thank you. Poe. When did you get that blueprint?
oh, I've had these.
Why didn't you? You realize that I've been working on a ship.
I figured you'd want to make it your own.
I mean, what is like?
This ship here
It's like
is.
taking. It's like taking your sword here, and I'm gonna point to Tidebreaker. All I gotta do is one little scratch, and it's mine. All I have to do is change one little thing, and I could say that I made that sword. I could make this ship.
So you're saying you want to make again? That's all you have to say, and the blueprint's yours.
Does your cat
You-
friend think he can build this ship?
Oh, I know my cat friend can build this ship.
A ship like that
This-
would take manpower, hours, resources,
We
a
had one half finished before we
fortune.
left.
I have a ship that's halfway finished before we got the one that we have now. But you wanna I mean, you can second guess, you can assume that I can't create, but I assure you, sir, that I can.
I need, if you have these blueprints, I need you to go meet the general. If you can create a warship like this, and if Atheus has a warship like this, he needs to know. If we could build one of our own, this could one if you could build one. We're gonna have to do it. One just for our
When?
own, for protection. Because if they've got one of these already, that means that it could just show up here in any moment.
Indeed.
He needs to know that this thing exists in the first place. And two,
It's already laid waste to the atheists. That's why it's no more. Completely decimated the town.
it does it
They
here.
barely got out.
You see Wolf, and he's writing. Here, I want you to take these blueprints, and your friend here, I want you to go to the Citadel. It's the largest tower in town. Give
Is that
this
what
to
that
the,
is?
give these to the Citadel guards. Tell them Wolf sent you from the armory. Tell him you've requested an audience with General Arlic Ironclad. Tell him it's a matter of security for Zlatan City. They'll let you in. When you get up there, I want you to explain what happened at Atheus.
Hi, I could do that.
And if your cat friend's being honest here, and he can build a ship like that, I think General Oleg, I think he'll think he'd be real interested in commissioning your friend in that, helping him build it. If he can convince Lady Nightshade into letting him do it.
The question, Wolf, is do you have enough manpower here?
Manpower is going to be not the problem. We've got probably 3 dozen smiths in town. No one as good as Astrid, though. I'll tell you that much. But we've got smiths capable in
She
their own
is
right.
good.
We've got carpenters and farriers and all sorts of craftsmen we can call upon. The problem we're going to run into is the raw materials. You see, we have such a small mine. It would just absolutely sap that mine to try to build something of this scale. I mean, we have but 7 or 8 merchant vessels, seafaring vessels, and that's it. And now we're talking about an airship that would dwarf the town?
What kind of materials are needed?
I mean, yeah, first and foremost.
I mean, just the raw steel alone.
The
Not to
raw
mention-
steel. The raw steel alone. You're worried about materials? I'm not worried about materials. I'm worried about time. With that, I'm going to touch one of the long swords that he handed. Oh no, I can't because that's not magical, is it?
Mm-mm.
Neither.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think mine are.
I'd need a magical item to do that.
Uh,
Never
wait,
mind.
I may have. What do you need? What kind of magic?
Doesn't matter. I can duplicate any. You know what? Fuck it.
You could duplicate magic items? Let's fucking go, dude.
Fuck it. With that, I'm gonna
I
pull
can-
out the
you
13
can
cards
duplicate
of
my
the deck
chalice.
of.
No. All right, let's see it. Are you pulling a card or are you duplicating?
No, I'm gonna pull out the deck and I'm gonna tell Wolf here, like, listen, as long as we could figure out a way to make them magical, and I'm just gonna like put my hand on the 13 cards that I have and duplicate those. I can make the materials.
And it's almost like a bit of sleight of hand. As you have the deck, which is the 13 cards, and as you pass your hand over it, and then you flip your other palm up, you see 2 of the decks in your hand. So you're saying that as long as the items are magical, you can duplicate like this?
It takes me a while to recharge, but yeah, I can duplicate up to 2 magical items. 2 magical items a day.
Is there a size?
Not one that I've found yet. And I love how you added 2 because I was totally gonna take my second charge and fucking copy his chalice. But that's for another time.
I have an idea. There's so many ideas here. But first of all, Citadel, General Ulrich, and explain this situation. I don't want to be counting carrots before we've had a harvest. You know what I mean? We've got to convince Lady Nightshade that we should even build this ship.
I think we won't have a problem convincing the men in charge that we should build a ship to go against Duskcomb. What do you think, Whiskey?
I don't know.
I
Lady-
don't think we're gonna have a problem at all, and I'm gonna say that with a chuckle in my voice.
But does this material not help?
This raw material is fantastic. Like, this is good stuff. I don't. Oh, that's from your longswords, isn't it?
That's from the sword.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, that's like
that's from the unknown
that's like
heavy
si-
sword.
yeah,
so
that's
I don't
like
know what
6
kind of-
ingots. Yeah, that's like 6 ingots worth. That's like not like enough to build a whole ship, but like
Well, I didn't know if the sword was magical because it was just unknown. So if that's the material we need, then Whiskey could do his thing.
right.
All right, but first we'll talk to Aldrich. You work on getting some more armor and weapons for people. We'll handle that part. You have my word.
Interesting. I haven't been this excited for the idea of going to war in a while, boys. Go talk to the general.
I will say though, we may need to borrow Astrid every now and then. Whiskey here may need a partner trying to make some stuff.
Well, if we can get the general on board with Lady Nightshade, and you can consider her on permanent retainer.
There you go, Whiskey. Wolf, it's been an honor and a pleasure. I'll be back. I take the blueprints back. All right, Whiskey,
Hey,
you've gotten
kid.
yourself a date and a job, apparently.
Apparently. Hey kid, how's your head doing?
I was able to mend the damage that she caused.
Let me take a look at you here. With that, I'm gonna roll an investigation check, but I'm just gonna start like rummaging around, grabbing his head, kind of looking at everything. I mean, I guess you did all right. You know, you should really let me kind of help you with these things.
Father, I am literally a metal healer. I know how to fix myself.
And I literally made you. It's kind of my job to make sure you're still safe.
That is a fair point. Your girlfriend has an attitude, though, Father. That is something to take into consideration before you procreate with her.
Let's not put the carriage before the horse here. I wouldn't call her my
Excuse-
girlfriend yet.
It's good how you get flustered, Whiskey. We get it.
I want you to know, Father, I will not refer to her as Mother. She was not there at my birth.
Kid, you're something else. And now I assume we're going back up to the spire?
Yes, if you want to.
Is that where we're headed, Vesper?
I think we should go get yourself some clothes and see if a friend at the bazaar is available.
I mean,
You may have a date soon. We need to make sure you're ready.
I think you just want to see her again.
I mean, can't we kill two birds with one stone?
I mean, we can. And by the way, since you were so enamored earlier, here, I'm just gonna fucking hand Poe here one of those 2 decks that I copied.
Oh shit.
Maybe.
Really, bro?
Really, really, bro?
Really? Really? Anybody else? Anybody else? Really?
Hey, listen, you
With
left
that-
whiskey and Vesper on an
with
adventure
that-
today.
I will mute myself once again.
That's what happens when you leave whiskey and Vesper together.
Hey, I said it earlier. I'll say it again. I'm not Damien. I'm not your cousin. I'm not your keeper. I'm not your babysitter.
Well, the best part is they don't even know I have it.
Well, technically, no, but yes.
Whew.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Now every time I say I pull out, everyone's gonna have a heart attack.
Yours is gonna be I pull out. Mine's gonna be you want to see a magic trick.
Want to see a magic trick? Abracadabra.
Watch me make this pencil disappear.
Callista, my vixen, how are you?
Your flattery only works when I want it to.
True, true. However, our little furry friend here has a date coming up, and he doesn't know what to wear.
Interesting. From the smell, you've been to the forge. Taking Astrid took a
don't-
shine to you?
You are amazing. And
Wow.
I'm just gonna pop a lean and slash squat on this little barrel here.
I never thought that lady would show anybody some interest. She always seems so busy with her work. Well, let's take a look at you.
Maybe she just hadn't found somebody that was interesting enough.
Yeah, I don't mean this in the wrong way, but you don't look like much to me. Your metal arm is kind of out there. Your leathers are untaken care of. You kind of smell of cigarette smoke, but then again, she works in a forge, so the coal smell kind of masks all that.
I don't. Ma'am, I don't know how to tell you this, and I'm not. Don't think I'm rude, but you can say I'm not really all there to look at, but I kind of feel the same about you.
Oh, that's fine. My charms don't work on everybody, and I don't expect them to. Here. Why don't we try this? She's gonna hand you a black silk clothing option.
Ooh.
As you put it on, it is a kind of a debonair kind of pantsuit that has like a pant. It is a black button-down vest with a black tall collar, long-sleeved shirt. That looks pretty damn good.
I'm just gonna kind of
Oh.
hold my arms out and spin around and stare at Poe. So, what do you think?
I think if she wasn't taking you out, I would.
That mechanical arm, though. Have you thought
The arm
about...
stays.
No, I understand that you need it. Have you thought about giving it a bit of color, though?
Maybe a glove to cover it up.
One-handed
why would-
glove
why
might be
would
a
I-
little too much.
Why would I want to cover my work up? That's
Hmm.
why.
Is it nighttime at this point?
It
Or should I do a
is.
perception?
It's becoming more of like the evening time. It's still pretty bright out, but the sun is setting.
Okay. I didn't know if the moon was out, so I was going to try and inspect whiskey.
Here. This is a rarity stone that I have. Let me put this on here. And as she pushes the rarity stone onto your arm, you see that the once mechanical prosthetic begins to blend and an illusion overtakes your arm and it begins to look like your actual physical real arm again. There you go. Like it never happened.
Just gonna kind of look down at my right hand, open and close it a couple of times.
Although I will say, didn't Callista love your hand?
I do
Didn't,
very much like
Astrid-
the prosthetic, but for this instance, it really clashes with the outfit. I would hate
Yes,
for him to cover up his work, but I wanted to give him the option for this dinner he's got. It might draw on unsavory eyes, but then again, his date may not like the idea of him covering up his work. I don't know. Take it,
No.
leave it. I don't know.
I don't.
You go ahead and you keep it. Maybe you'll need it for something other than this date. That arm would draw a lot of attention, and I take it that you're the kind of people that maybe sometimes attention isn't always what you need. And in fact, your metal friend over there, you attach that same stone to him and he'll look like a normal person.
He'll.
We could mess with Damien, with somebody with that.
It's funny you say that because that was actually I was getting ready to ask you if it was in fact my illusion stone because my next thing was I was just gonna like walk over and push it on Bishop to see if he so you went ahead and answered my question.
I don't know if I like that idea, Father.
Well, just Poe here and me, we kind of did this thing with Nellis, and he done, like he didn't really like it either, and I'm just gonna like push the stone right on him. Boop.
And with that, as the illusion of everything, you see it wisp around, and Bishop's armor remains and his cloak, but the metal features like his 3 fingers on his hand, they become 5 fingers, and you see it as a normal gauntlet. And his face, while it is still metallic, it now looks like a helmet instead of his normal Warforged face. So he doesn't look human, but instead it looks like a suit of armor.
Right.
Well, at least I don't look like flesh. That was more what I was concerned about.
What's wrong with what's wrong with looking like flesh? Look at Poe here. I mean, I think he looks all right for being, not covered in fur.
That is correct, but the grand design teaches us that flesh is weak. And weakness can only be given out to steel.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty weak steel in my time, bud.
That is true as well. I have seen a Warforged Titan fall apart by mere water. But then again, I have seen flesh swim across great oceans. So, there is strength in flesh, no doubt.
Machine is better, you say?
The grand design would tell you that. I believe there
With that.
is strength in all.
All of a sudden, Mecha Poe.
He said, "With that, we're gonna disguise self, and
Mecha,
I'm gonna look
Mecha
like
Poe.
Bishop."
So you've disguised yourself as a Warforged?
So now, well, Calista knows who I am at this point, so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna mess with Bishop and turn into a robot.
Interesting.
What do you think? Does it look good?
Well, your chin is a bit pointed, and I've never seen a Warforged with sharp ears before. Your fingers are still 5 instead of 3, but aside from that, steel looks good on your flesh.
I cast it again and make the adjustments that he's talking about.
Very good. Very good. You would make a fine addition to the army.
Just as you've made a fine addition to this family, as I dispel it, as it melts away, and I'm back to being regular Poe.
Well, kid, I'm not gonna say it's gonna stop the sound you make when you walk, but
I can
it'll
fix
at
that.
least disguise it. So that stone's yours to keep.
So I cast minor illusion on Bishop to make him the sounds he makes be more human.
What do you mean you're going to cast
Minor illusion. Oh. What?
He can't. He's a Warforged. You okay, Jolly?
Ah, almost had it.
Does not compute.
That tasted weird, Poe.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought I could get it to go through your programming, but you Warforgeds are tough to cast spells on.
That is correct. Although, it makes me wonder why they taught me this in the temple.
Maybe the healing magic they taught you is different than other magic.
By the by, package was delivered.
Well, that's good. Did you happen to open it with her, or?
I don't even know what she did with it.
Well. Yeah, I don't know where it is. I could have sworn that I had disguised self, but that might be. Might be just something I didn't pick. Destroy undead, war priest, channel even get them. Oh well. Yeah, I don't see it, so. Okay. That's neither here nor there. So either way, Whisker is now in a a black kind of silk suit, but he has opted for his prosthetic to be exposed. Bishop now has the illusion stone in his possession, although it is currently not engaged.
Well, Poe, if you're done, I think it's time we head back.
Indeed. I need to talk to someone.
I got one more thing for you before you go. Here. She'll hand you a scroll. It's a scroll of quick change.
Aww.
That way you can change between your fancy clothes and your not so fancy clothes with just a quick spell. Because I know...
Thank you, ma'am.
I assume you've got payment, though?
I assume. What do you take?
Visa, MasterCard, sexual favors.
Well, on that last one, I'm gonna have to phone a friend. Hey,
Gold is fine.
How much are we talking here?
I can do 100 for the clothing. Probably another 50 for the illusion stone. And I'll just throw the scroll in on top for a freebie.
I can do that.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming by. If you ever need anything again, you know where to find me.
Appreciate it.
You have fun with Astrid. And take it easy on her. She doesn't get out of that forge very often.
I'm hoping maybe she'll take it easy on me.
Well, wherever you take her, remember she doesn't do hiking on account of her leg.
For now, as they say, as I walk out.
So where to now, guys?
I guess back up to the Citadel.
I'm gonna hit the library before I end it at the Citadel.
Well, I'm gonna go up here and wait for Vesper.
This sounds like a good point. Vesper, you're on your own.
Yeah. I'm just gonna see what the package was. And then I was gonna go back to the Citadel. Mother.
Back so soon?
Quite an eventful rest of the evening. What was in the package that the parcel?
Honestly, I'm kind of afraid to open it. I've been asking her for things from Aranthia. She's never quite been able to give us anything. Now all of a sudden she has a wrapped up box.
No, I'll help you if you need me here.
I would, I'd rather not right now, if that's okay.
I understand.
All right. In a few days, there's going to be a festival that Zatan City puts on. for people we've lost. Maybe we talk about it then. Okay?
All right. But I better get back over to Damien.
Yeah.
I need to talk to Eldrick.
Okay.
Be well, mother.
You as well.
Oh, Eldrick.
Why don't we go ahead before we talk with Aldrich, and we'll go
Yeah.
ahead and stop it here, because then that
Sounds
way
good.
Damien and Moon and all of them can jump in on this conversation there.
Yeah.
So,
That is absolutely 100% fine by me.
all right. What an exciting little adventure. I like that. Y'all had a wonderful little trip around the city. You got to meet some people, and you'll get
Got
to
drunk.
report
Got
back.
drunk.
Got drunk.
Made a mess.
Made a mess. Duplicated a game-ending deck of cards. You know,
Give it to the
Once,
most
but
chaotic player.
Not
Whis-
once, but twice.
Whisker gets a date with a blacksmith lady. You know,
Hell yeah.
that's a good little thing.
And I wouldn't say I gave it to the most, unstable player of the game. Like,
But all things considering, I think that was a good little shuttle